Okay, let's have Doug. Let's have a word of prayer. Let's get started today. Good morning, DLs. Good to see you. 10th grade. Thank you. Thank. Okay, let's pray. Father, thank you for another day, and we just pray for the election tonight, Father, and we know that everything is in your hands, and we know that no matter the outcome of the election, that you are still in control. And Lord, we just ask for guidance today for everybody as they vote, and just help us today just to be at ease and just know that and give it all over to you. Bless us today in the classes. Help us just to stay focused on our tasks. We only have four days plus this one, or including this one that we have left of this grading period, that we can get the things done that that we need to, and that will stay diligent upon those tasks. Again, thank you for everything in that precious name. Amen. Okay, today we're talking about the fool's anger. Shh, don't start talking, please. Yeah, we're just probably not doing. We're not having the DLs. I know you didn't get this memo, but we are doing the food can drive, and November 20th is the date for that. 9 o'clock on February 20th, or November 20th, excuse me. Okay. Shh, guys. So if you can participate with us, that'd be great. And those in class, if you can participate in this, that'd be great. The only thing different about this, I think, is that we just won't have our normal assembly. Okay. Well, we're still looking. 10th grade, please. As far as the November feast, we're still looking at that. Okay. Not sure how or if we can even do it at this point. Okay. So anyway, that's what was just handed out today is the food can drive memo. So the office, I don't have any other copies except for the extra one that I got here. So DL's, the office probably does have one for you that you can get, okay? Okay, also Uvia, you need to contact me so that I know how to get in touch with you about certain things. So please contact me somehow. Borrow your phone back or whatever and text me, or come down to the school and we'll talk about things. Okay, again, this is the last week of school or first grading period, so make sure that things are getting done and turned in. Get those zeros removed, okay? Fool's anger. Start off with the bullheaded fool's anger, okay? We're going to look at these three scriptures. So first of all, Proverbs 14:7. He that is soon angry dealeth foolishly, and a man of wicked devices is hated. So how is this relating to a fool, bullheaded fool's anger? What's it saying about the fool? Okay, it's a good wide nutshell there. It's an uncontrolled anger. You know, the Bible says, be angry but sin not. Okay? And be angry about sin. Shh. Be angry about sin itself. Okay? Don't be angry to commit sin. Okay? But the bullheaded fools, according to this scripture, it's an uncontrolled anger. It's anger that they just fly off the handle so easily and uncontrolled. Okay? Proverbs 14:29 states, "He that is slow to wrath is of good understanding, but he that is hasty of spirit exalteth folly." So we can kind of tie these two together. What would be the adverb describing this one? It's in the last phrase.
But he that is hasty of spirit exalted fall.
Uh-huh. What's the word in there that I'm going to change but means the same thing? Hasty. So they're quick to lose their temper.
What are you going to change it to?
Quick? Forgive me today, guys, but I'm not doing too well. I woke up at 4:15 with a neck headache, and it still hasn't gone away. Matter of fact, hang on. Matter of fact, I'm due right now for more pills. Huh?
Mr. Brown, which headaches are worse, the ones that are at the back of your head or the front?
Right there.
No, the ones that you think are the worst? The back are way worse.
The back ones.
I've gotten a lot of headaches and I hate it when it's in the front. It makes my eyes hurt. It makes my eyes hurt. The back
Okay. Well, to be honest, any headache is bad, but I would tend to agree with you that the front headaches are worse, the eye ones. Okay, sorry, DLs, I had to take that. I just happened to think about that I was due for my 4-hour Tylenol fix. Okay. Okay, so 9 o'clock, 4 hours, it'd be 1 o'clock. So hopefully I don't need to take it at 1 o'clock. Okay. Proverbs 27:3 states, "A stone is heavy and the sand weighty, but a fool's wrath is heavier than both of them, than them both." Guys. So, what would be applied here, Rick? You're not Ricky right now. How about quiet?
But like a fool kind of like doesn't think, so it gets into more trouble. So it gets them like basically. That's what I think.
Okay,
Am I interested?
that's a good thought. Anybody else want to apply to it? Doug, since you're talking, you want to? I'll come to you. You want to add to what he had to say?
Ooh, so what the verse is about, right?
Uh huh.
Let me just can right.
Okay.
Weighty. What's weighty?
Guys.
Oh, it's like almost like a. So since like it says that that stone and sand is heavy, but a person's anger is heavier.
Uh huh. That's what the verse says.
It's that phrase, but it's like sticks and stones may break my bones, but
Untrue. I can tell you.
It's like that. That's like anger is like more like heavier on a person than like carrying a rock or sand or anything like that.
Okay. Why is it heavier?
Tell me your dream and I shall attest the conscience.
Because
Okay.
it stays in your mind. Like if somebody talks bad about you, you start thinking about it.
Okay. We are now getting to the thought here. So Amethyst, what was your thought?
Okay, stone is heavy and the sand weighty, but fool's wrath is heavier than them both. It's saying that like a stone, like if you got hit with a stone, that kind of is like, oh my gosh, I probably have a severe concussion, right? When somebody's like mad at you and they're saying stuff that like Douglas said, like weighs heavier on you than that would.
Okay. So, good thoughts. Everybody's got some good thoughts on that. Let's put that, and you were getting to my thoughts or these thoughts here, but they linger in their anger because they're consciously absorbed in it. Yes.
Honestly, when I
Okay.
get mad, I'm pretty much over it like 10 minutes later. You're not? Oh, you're like the kind of person who holds grudges.
That depends on the situation. If it's something stupid like my brother,
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But like,
but if
what?
it's like something severe, I will hold it.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Well, let's put it this way. Shh. Let's put it this way. If you get angry, obviously sin not, but if you get angry, don't let it be like the sand where it's weighty upon you and it's dwelling upon you.
If you
Get angry, get over it, get on with life in a pleasant way.
Daddy, don't read this letter.
The bullheaded person, 10th grade. 10th grade. Bullheaded fool. He's a star when it comes to anger. Snorting and stomping being natural activity of him when he's angry. Okay? You almost expect it. Okay? In some aspect, huh? Why was I looking at you?
Yeah.
I look at everybody.
I don't think anyone's here
Okay?
ever seen me mad. After seeing mad.
Okay. So one of the easiest ways to identify a fool is that he quickly becomes angry. Okay? Now, if we can use the term righteous person, can they get angry and not be a fool?
No. Yes. It
No,
depends on the
yes.
situation. Jesus, yes. Everyone else, no. Wait, I'm confused.
Would you agree with her?
Yeah.
I didn't even know what
Have
she
you?
said.
It doesn't matter how good somebody is. If they get mad, I'm sorry, but
Yeah,
there's
that's
no
true.
way that even like Mabel and Kelsey, dude, when they get mad, who really scares
Oh
me.
yeah, I remember that one time they
Yeah,
smelled like
yeah,
Greg.
yeah.
I
Oh,
remember that,
yeah.
bro.
And everyone, dude, Mabel yelled at Greg one time, and even Greg was kind of like,
No, Ricky yelled at Ian.
yeah, she yelled at
Oh
Ian.
my
Mabel
God.
did, or Kelsey did.
Because they're making fun of Isaac for breaking his tooth. I'm sorry, Isaac. It was just really sad that you fell because of a bush.
Dude, and then Mabel got mad. And everyone was
Isaac,
like,
can you close those blinds, please? They're driving me up a wall.
I agree with you. It's freaking
Okay.
hot. So freaking hot.
No, it's just the glare.
Okay,
Okay? Especially on these things. Okay, now.
Shut up.
Okay. DLs, you have no idea what this statement's going to be involved with, but it was already made over here. When and the new students, you have no idea who we're talking about, whatever. But when Mabel got upset with and blew off at Greg,
At Ian.
okay?
It was like Ian. and
Ian?
both of us.
Was it Ian?
Yeah.
Okay.
You remember that, Mr. Brown?
Oh, you was in science
You
class.
were in your class, it was directly after our lunch.
Mr. Brown just kind of sat there and watched, and then he was like,
honestly,
all right, moving on.
Here she yelled, and I was just kind of like,
Okay.
oh, I've never seen her.
Was now hold on.
Like,
Hey. Now, I'm not trying to put her on a pedestal, okay? But was it angry or was it major frustration? And is there a difference?
no, anger is anger any way you slice it. Having other words like rage and frustration is just like, oh, let's dress it up in this pretty dress and pretend like it's something it's not. Okay.
Okay. Would you agree with what she just said?
Somewhat.
Somewhat. What do you mean?
Okay, it's kind of like the root.
No, it's not your turn.
Spicing it up.
I
It's
like how
like
you said that,
bland
Mr. Brown.
soup, and you're putting more spices in.
It's not your turn.
Sorry.
I mean, people can get angry and not do hurtful things, but it all depends on the person. Like, if they had, like, I know some people with, like, problems that have, like, ADHD, and then they get mad, they start throwing things, or they start hitting people when something, like, gets them
Doug.
angry.
Okay. Wrong or right?
I have a statement for the court.
Wrong or right?
For them, it's different because you have to take into account that they have like
Objection.
something wrong
Okay,
How'd you sound?
the witness stand is going on right now. Okay,
Court is in session.
okay. What's your opinion?
I think that regardless of who it is or why they get angry,
Sit down.
it doesn't matter because whether or not you express it, like Douglas, I'm mad at Douglas, and I'm like, right? That's a sin. But if you're keeping it inside, that's a sin too because you're hating them on the inside. The only one who could pull off anger without sinning would be Jesus because he doesn't sin.
Yeah, because like it's in our human nature that when we get angry to one, it's just like even if we don't do it physically, we sometimes when we're mad we think about like, oh, I want to hurt somebody.
Exactly.
And God
And you
says
think these
that
bad
even if you
things
think
about
about it, it's a sin.
Okay.
So technically, you can't really be angry without sinning because it's in our human nature to want to sin when you're angry.
Me and
Okay.
Gabby, big brains, big
Now
brains.
Jaden has the witness stand.
I call a witness to
It was.
stand. Jaden, what's your last name?
It was.
I want to be on
Jaden
the witness
Casado,
stand.
please come to the witness
Hey,
stand.
Amethyst, please.
Okay. I mean, me personally, when I get angry, you wouldn't be able to tell.
Would you say that
I'll
you've
be
ever been
angry.
angry without a sin?
Guys,
I never wanted to hurt someone. Lies.
So you're saying that you never thought
He
something
was
bad while
so
you're
cool
angry?
I know that's a lie. No. You don't even know me. So
okay.
no idea.
Let hey, let her finish the thought, please. Thank you.
Because I don't recall a time that I really wanted to hurt someone to the point where I think about it.
Have you ever been pissed and you're thinking?
Yeah, but I don't when I get pissed. I don't really blame a person.
So have you ever blamed yourself then? Have you ever thought bad things about yourself?
Okay, somebody over here had a comment. Who?
I call Adrian to the witness stand. What?
Yeah, I wanna
Somebody
say-
over here had a comment.
We call Adrian to the witness stand. Please rise. Wait,
You're up.
what?
You're on the witness stand.
Somebody else, please take
What's your comment? What's your comment?
Sir, would you say that you have ever sinned or been angry without a sin? Yes or no? You have been angry without a sin.
To who?
No, I have been angry with a sin. Exactly.
But who have you? But did you ever get mad at anybody specific?
Yeah. Who in this room you got mad at?
No, we're not going to go there, Derek. Okay.
Mr. Brown, let's take it to the judge. Mr. Brown, would you say that you have been angry without sinning? Yes or no?
Have I? Do I ever get angry? No.
No? Have you ever been mad at
Mr. Brown, come on.
He's just good at controlling it.
It's a teacher's prerogative to change the word.
Okay.
The thing is, you can be angry, but you can just learn how to control it to the point, not like when you
And
hate
then there's
someone.
Not that make
Yeah.
it
Somebody
my
hate
name,
somebody,
bro.
but
Because hate is what gets you to want to be mean to that person or hurt them.
Well,
It's
it's
not
not
just
sometimes
anger.
you want to be mean.
But Jake,
Okay. Good.
That's true, but
Okay.
that does not have to do with the topic.
Reel it in.
Jaden's
Reel it in. Amethyst. Amethyst, thank you. Shh. Adrian. Okay. Thank you, guys. Now, look at this verse here, right here. The last verse here, Proverbs 14:17. He that is soon angry dealeth foolishly. What do you think about that? And a man of wicked devices is hated. Okay?
When you're angry, you don't really think in your right mind, so he deals foolishly because he gets angry so easily.
Okay? That's, hey, hey, hey.
Sorry, it wasn't us.
And just because a teacher raises his voice doesn't mean they're angry. Okay? But listen,
I beg to differ. I'm cutting my
what she just said is true. When you get angry, okay, not frustrated, because anger is above frustration. Frustration is a point where you can still keep things under control. Okay? Anger is where it becomes, frustration becomes the sin. Okay? And, hold on. And because you get angry, because you get angry, like this verse says, you deal foolishly. Because, as Amethyst said, you aren't thinking clearly at that time, Adrian. Okay? because the devil's taking over your thought process and causing the sin to develop. Okay?
You know I'm like that.
Okay. We got a long ways today, but then we got some good things. We got some good thoughts today. Okay? So, DLs, that's going to be it for today, but be angry. Be angry at sin. Okay? But don't sin yourself. Okay? So, whatever comes, the devil's going to hit us hard today because we're talking about his favorite thing, and that's anger and sin. Okay? So, have a good day. Okay, class, got about 5 minutes. You are dismissed. I didn't want to get in the next section.
Okay, page 82 in literature. Okay, yes. We will in a second, okay? Thank you for reminding me, though. Okay, yesterday we talked about, please stop talking, imagery and figurative language. Okay, who remembers what imagery is?
Imagining things.
Not imagining things. It's poems that appeal to what? Our senses. Good, okay? They appeal to our senses. So sight, sound, hearing, touch, smell, okay? Those are imagery, or that is imagery. They appeal to our senses. We saw this in Smells by Christopher Morley. He talked about different things that he liked to smell, or the smell of different things like coffee. He liked plum pudding. He liked the fire, okay, a smoky campfire. That's what he liked to smell. Okay, then we talked about Meeting at Night by Robert Browning. Okay, that was, it just shows the great length that a speaker went to reach another person, and it kind of was a poem of painting a picture for that. Ricky, please turn around. Okay, and stay turned around. That goes for everybody. Don't turn around, all right? Shows the great lengths the speaker went to in order to reach another person. That is a Meeting at Night. He was painting a picture for us. He kind of compared this journey to a sea, and then he had to cross different fields to get to this person's house. He says that he's tapping on the window pane. That appeals to the sound, okay, part of our senses. And then, he goes and meets up with the person. Obviously, it's like two hearts beating. Okay, that's more sound, obviously the beating of a heart. Okay.
Is that actually Robert Browning?
That is Robert Browning.
Oh, I imagine him differently. Imagine him like Robert, but if Robert was Brown. That, Robert.
Right there. Right there. Okay. Let's go to Platero and I, page 84.
Dude, that was like the worst story in the whole world.
It's very sad.
No offense.
Okay. Basically, this work was a prose poem that was translated from Spanish to English. Maybe that's why we didn't Spanish. Give me 1 second. Translated from Spanish.
Guys, no offense to Spanish culture, but American literature is where it's at.
All right. So this was a prose poem. Guys, stop talking, please. Okay, it was a prose poem translated from Spanish to English. Okay, guys, stop talking. Stop. Okay, it has different aspects of their lives that is translated. So obviously, if you see Platero, Scarlet Landscape, Spring, it's just different aspects that he spends with his donkey, Platero. Okay, it's the story and the thoughts about the poet, about the seasons of the year, and about his relationship with his donkey that they share together throughout the seasons. Many words in this work appeal to our senses. If you guys look in the first the first stanza, Platero, we're introduced to the donkey, okay? We see Platero is a small, downy smooth, so soft to the touch, obviously that appears to the touch, okay, that no one would think he were all cotton, that he had no bones. He was really soft. It says he brushes his nose against the tiny flowers of pink, sky blue, and golden yellow. He describes flowers. That's the part that appeals to our sight. He says he eats everything that I give him. That's kind of our taste. He likes tangerines, muscatel grapes, all amber-colored, more sight descriptives. With their crystal point of honey, he is tender and loving as a little boy, but he is strong and firm as a stone. So he was the soft donkey, but he was made of steel. He was really strong.
Dude, honestly, when people were describing foods like that in books, I just skip it. And it's not even intentional. I'm just reading in my eyes and be like, okay, next paragraph.
All right, Amethyst. It's okay. Let's talk about Scarlet Landscape. Okay, this is the setting. So it's on a hilltop. You see that? Over there is the sunset, all wounded and bleeding from its own blades of light. It's reddish. The pine grove is sharpened, and then small flowers. This is the setting, okay? He talks about the sunset with its colors. It says, Platero, his dark eyes scarlet from the sunset, walks off gently to a pool of crimson and rose and violet waters. He dips his mouth gently into the mirrors, which seem to turn liquid at his touch. He's basically going into descriptive terms. Okay, something like this is what I was looking for in maybe your good description paragraphs. Something that'll describe the setting, okay, the people, different things like that. Go into detail, okay? That's what good descriptions are made out of. The next paragraph, it's springtime. Okay, one morning when I'm half awake, he and his donkey, they're sleeping, and then all of a sudden these birds wake them up. Okay, but he kind of compares it to maybe an energizing point in life, okay? It says at the very last stanza in this section, or second to the last stanza, where it says, what a morning it is. He says, the sun scatters over the earth its gold and silver joy. Butterflies of 100 hues play everywhere, among the flowers, through the house, in the fountain. The fields all around burst and crack open in a ferment of healthy new life. He's basically comparing springtime to a happy time in our lives where everything is joyous. It's a good day in the springtime. He likes the springtime. He talks about the flower by the wayside. How pure, Platero, and how beautiful is this flower by the wayside. All the throng pass beside it, bulls, goats, colts, men, and it, so tender, so weak, continues to stand, erect, mauve, and delicate in its sad plot, untouched by the slightest impurity. Okay, he's talking about this flower. If you guys see in the very last stanza of this section, it says, this flower, Platero, will only live a few days, but the memory of it will be eternal. Its life will be like a day in your springtime, like a springtime in my life. He wants to live like the flower in the springtime where it's blooming to its fullest. It's just there. It's unbothered. Okay, live your life in the springtime of your life. Okay, it's basically saying be energized, have a good day, different things like that. Okay, then it talks about the song of the cricket. It's describing things in there, appeals to our sound sense. Obviously, a cricket chirps at different times in the night. In autumn, okay, it kind of compares the sun and how it says, the sun is beginning to be too lazy to climb out of bed. The farm workers get up before he does. The sun doesn't rise so early, kind of how it is now with like the fall back daylight savings time. That's how it is in the fall time. And then in the farmers and the plowing and different things like that, that is just what he's describing in the autumn. November idle, it says that Platero is here. He's carrying branches from pine branches that he needs to burn. So that's kind of where we see that he's strong. The green branches, if you guys look in the second paragraph in this November idle, it says the green branches, when growing, had upon them sun, titmice, the wind, moonlight, crows. That means they were alive. They once had birds on them and everything was growing on them. But then it says, but now poor branches, they are trailing in the white dust of the dry paths of twilight. It's kind of a picture of things that are alive, now are dead, or things that are blooming in the springtime are now withering away in the fall. It talks about Christmas, how there's a bonfire. How many of you guys like bonfires? Okay, I like bonfires. I hate smelling like a bonfire, but I do like bonfires. This talks about people coming alive next to the fire. Obviously, the fire gives warmth that appeals to our touch. Everything gains life next to the fire. That how he describes the bonfire at Christmas time. Go ahead and turn to page 86. Then it talks about how Platero dies. It's kind of the sad part of the story. He says, I found Platero stretched out on his bed of straw, his soft eyes and sad. I went to him, patted him, talked to him, and tried to help him up. Then he calls the doctor. Then the doctor says, or he asks the doctor, it's not good, is it? Then the doctor says, I do not know what he had answered, that the poor animal was sinking, nothing could be done, that a pain, some poisonous root, the dirt in the grass, he basically ate something poisonous, and that caused him to die. It says, by noon, Platero was dead. His little cotton belly had swollen up like a globe, and his discolored legs stuck stiffly skyward. So when he died, he was like straight up like this. Okay, and then it says, his curly coat looked like the moth-eaten flax of old doll's hair, which falls at the touch in dusty sadness. Flying about the silent stall was a beautiful butterfly, its 3 colors shining each time it passed through the ray of sunlight from the little window. Basically, it's like he said, his spirit was in that little butterfly. Okay, melancholy, obviously, they're sad. Platero died. And then he goes and visits Platero's grave. To Platero in the heaven of a mogre. He basically is dedicating this work to Platero, and he's saying, you're eating in heavenly pastures and you're happy. And then a yellow iris grows on his grave. Okay, that is Platero and I. It's just to depict the uses of imagery, stuff that appeals to our senses. Okay, then figurative language, there's a lot of similes and metaphors and different things like that, like a butterfly to the donkey. That is Platero and I, okay? Let's look at a simile really quickly, and the oak, okay? I didn't assign this for homework because it's literally 2 poems on page 87 and 88, okay? A simile, make sure that you guys mark this in your book, is an express comparison of unlike things in which the word like, as, resembles, or similar to are used, okay? So unlike things, all right? For example, you guys see it at the top of the page. In the Bible, it compares our years to a tail, okay? Obviously, that's not exactly the same thing that could be compared to, but it says, for all our days are passed away in thy wrath. We spend our years as a tale that is told. And then it says, my days are like a shadow. Okay, days and shadow are compared. That's a simile. I am withered like grass. Okay, I and grass are compared. Okay, that's similes of unlike things. Okay, In the Oak by Alfred Lord Tennyson. Okay, if you guys look at the bottom, Alfred Lord Tennyson was one of the leading English poets of the Victorian period. He began writing poems as a boy and published a volume with his brothers. That same year, he entered Cambridge University. There he met Arthur Hallam, and then a lot of his works were based on his best friend, Arthur Hallam. In Memoriam, and then Idyllis of the King, that was based on a series of poems of King Arthur. Maybe you guys have ever heard of King Arthur. There's a lot of legends, a lot of authors in the past have talked about the legends of King Arthur and all his, knights at the round table. The Sword and the Stone, that Disney movie, is kind of a tale spin off of King Arthur and his many, many legends. Okay, so Tennyson was just an author that wrote about King Arthur. Okay, he's one of the leading English poets of the Victorian period. Later on, he became Queen Victoria's poet laureate. That's basically a poet that the queen or the king, they hire to write poems for the country, like official poems for the country. That was Alfred Lord Tennyson for Queen Victoria. And then he wrote The Oak, and this is basically an example of a simile that we see. If you guys look at the top of the poem, it says, what 2 things are compared? So let's read this together, and then you guys can tell me what 2 things are prepared. Okay, it says, live thy life, young and old, like yon oak, bright in spring, living gold. Summer rich then, and then autumn changed, sober-hued gold again. All his leaves fallen at length. Look, he stands, trunk and bough, naked strength. Okay, what do you think Alfred Lord Tennyson is comparing in these 2? Good. He's comparing a man's life to an oak. Okay, we see that in the beginning. Live thy life young and old, like yon oak. Okay, life is compared to an oak. Okay, bright in the spring, living gold, summer rich. Okay, that's talking about the youth, your youth. Okay, bright and living gold, summer rich, bright. Okay, bright in the spring. That's basically talking about the youth. Then it says, and then autumn changed, sober-hued gold again. It's basically talking about changing and growing up and getting old. All his leaves fallen at length. Look, he stands, trunk and bough, naked strength. So that's basically talking about the old part of our lives, or the autumn part of an oak's life. It's just comparing the life of a man to an oak, where we're supposed to live in the young part of our life. When we're in the part of our young part of our life, we need to have spirit. We need to be rich, bright, summer rich, just very lively. And then when we are old, it still has naked strength. It still has grace. It still has this about it. So that's how we're supposed to live our life in the young and the old. Okay, turn the page to page 88 really quickly. Okay, next thing is personification. Okay, personification is a comparison in which human qualities are given to an inanimate object or animal. So basically, a desk can have human-like qualities. Animals have human-like qualities in poems. Okay, for example, maybe the sun. Okay, a sun could have maybe, there was a poem that we read in 7th and 8th grade where it was talking about personification, where the sun had a yellow whip driving fog away. Okay, obviously the sun doesn't actually have a whip and he's not going, get away fog, okay? But the yellow whip could probably refer to, Gabby, please sit up, refer to maybe his ray, okay, his sun ray, and it's actually shining through the fog. That's kind of an example of personification. Human-like qualities are given to inanimate objects or animals. And this is what we see in A Lonely Pine is Standing, written by Heinrich Heine. Okay, we see personifications here. Okay, let's look at how many there are. It says, a lonely pine is standing in the north where high winds blow. He sleeps, and white as blanket wraps him in ice and snow. He dreams of a palm tree that far in an eastern land languishes, lonely and drooping upon the burning sand. Okay, who knows what maybe a word could be used as in personification in this? What does it say? Do you think pine trees sleep? Okay, that's a use of personification. Okay, a pine tree is sleeping. Obviously, they don't actually sleep. What else? Okay, he stands. What else? He dreams. Good. He dreams of a palm tree. Obviously, pine trees can't dream. There's one more in there. Not the winds blow. Okay, the word is languishes. Okay, languishes means he becomes weak. He droops with longing. Obviously, he's longing to be maybe a palm tree. Languishes is something that we can give a person. Obviously, if they're languishing, like their shoulders droop, they're sad. That is what maybe the pine tree was doing when he's under, it says he's under the whitest blanket. He's in snow. He's longing for the burning sand or heat, okay? That is a lonely pine is standing. That is an example of personification, okay? For homework, please read pages 90 through 92, okay? It's just a few poems using metaphors, okay? Obviously metaphors and apply comparison in which one thing is described in terms of another. So one thing is used to represent another thing. That's a metaphor. We'll talk about that tomorrow, okay? Go ahead and put those away. Please take out your grammar homework or your grammar books. We'll go over this quickly. We have a few minutes left. Okay, you should have done page 71, numbers 8 through 15. Do you have a quiz over tomorrow, pages 63 and to 71. Okay, page 71, class. Page 71. Numbers 8 through 15. All we're doing is underlining the subject once and each verb twice, and we're drawing a circle around the complement. So let's go through these together, starting with Isaac. Give me number 8. Give me my verb. Good. Lacey, what's my subject? Hoover Dam generates. Good. Ricky, what is my complement? Okay, let's pay attention. Savannah, what is my complement? Hoover Dam generates Hoover what? Good. Electricity is my complement. Okay, Ricky, tell me my verbs in number 9, please. Page 71. No, the verbs in number 9. Also. Not also. What is another word? Sorry, also I meant like and. There's a helper in there. Maya? May. Okay, make sure that when you're looking for your verb, you're looking for all your helper verbs along with that verb. My verb is may supply. Okay, Avery, what's my subject? Dams may supply. Sophia, dams may supply who or what? What's my complement? Not large. Do you think dams may supply large? Not water. Okay, dams may supply amounts. Okay, of water is in a prepositional phrase. They supply amounts. Amounts is my complement. Okay, Adam, number 10, what is my verb? Words is my verb. What's showing action or linking? Ricky? R is my verb. Okay, what is my subject, Adam? Not Wiseman, you just said it earlier. Words. Okay, words are who or what? Andrew, what are they? Gracious. Okay, gracious is my complement. Okay, Adrian, number 11, what is my verb? Became. Good. Jesse, what is my subject?
Alan B. Shepard Jr.
Great. Alan B. Shepard Jr. became who or what, Jeremiah? Astronaut. Astronaut is my complement. Okay. Doug, what is my verb in number 12? Shall be. Good. Derek, what is my subject in number 12? Who or what shall be? Not witnesses. Who shall be? What's the first word? Ye. Okay. Ye shall be who or what? Lena, what is my complement? Witnesses. Okay. Witnesses is the complement. Okay. Amethyst, what's my verb in number 13? Buried. Who or what? Buried. Gabby? Joseph buried who or what? Jaden? Father is my complement. Good. Joseph buried father. Okay, number 14, Count Leo Tolstoy is my subject. Was is my verb. Writer is my complement. Count Leo Tolstoy was writer. Okay, and then number 15, are is my verb. Novels is my subject. Okay, War and Peace and Anna Karina are positives. Okay, we'll talk about what those are, but novels is my subject. Novels are who or what, class? Famous. Famous is my complement. Okay? All right, go ahead and turn to page number 72. Page 72. We're talking about recognizing and correcting fragments, okay? This will help us in writing. Okay? Fragments are basically parts of sentences, but not complete sentences, okay? So, a sentence is a group of words that expresses a complete thought. There's a subject and a verb, okay, and there are complements to express or complete that thought. It always has a subject and a predicate, okay? A fragment is a separated sentence part that does not express a complete thought. It's basically saying dependent clauses, any phrases, something that doesn't really make any sense, okay? Basically, if I were to walk up to someone and say, sought God's will, okay? That's not a complete thought. Everyone would be like, what are you trying to say? Okay, that's not a complete thought. That's a fragment, a part of a sentence, okay? That doesn't express a complete thought. So dependent clauses, verbal phrases, appositive phrases, these are all types of fragments. These must not be punctuated as sentences. So I can't put a period at the end and it can't begin with a capital letter if it doesn't make any sense. Okay, Nehemiah sought God's will for 4 months. Okay, that is a sentence, but do you think before he knew exactly what God wanted him to do is a complete thought? Not exactly, okay? If I were to walk up to someone and say, before he knew exactly what God wanted him to do, okay, that doesn't express a complete thought. Make sure that your sentences express a complete thought, okay? And the number 3, the usual way to correct a fragment is to rejoin it to the sentence from which it has been separated. So basically you're taking a part of a fragment and then placing it where it makes sense. So let's do number 1 together, okay? In the blank, you write sentence if the group contains only sentences. Write fragment if the group of words contains a fragment. So if it contains one sentence, but if another sentence doesn't express a complete thought, you do want to put the word fragment. Okay, let's look at number 1. Sense shines with a double luster when it is set in humility. An able and yet humble man is a jewel worth a kingdom. Do those make sense, class? Yes, so those are good sentences. Let's do number 2. Through the Looking Glass was written by Charles L. Dodgson. Is that a sentence? Okay, what about an Oxford mathematician who used the pseudonym Lewis Carroll? Good, that is a fragment, so I will put fragment within the blank. Okay, this makes sense to you. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, go ahead and do 3 through 10 for homework tonight. And then make sure you are reviewing for your quiz tomorrow. Okay, let's do that really quickly. It's over pages 63 to 71. Okay, what is a sentence, class, that makes a statement? Okay, say that one more time. Declarative. Okay, make sure everyone's participating. Okay, what kind of sentence asks a question? Good. Interrogative. What kind of question gives a command or makes a request? Imperative. And then what kind of sentence shows sudden or strong feeling? Okay, exclamation or exclamatory point, and ends with an exclamation point. Okay, make sure you know how to find your subject and your predicate. One thing that you guys do need to watch out for in this quiz is helping verbs. Okay, helping words that are a big part of your verb. Okay, some of us are finding the verb, but we're not finding the complete verb. Okay, on page 64, it lists a bunch of verbs that can be used as helping verbs or linking verbs or action. Okay, a lot of the times we don't find the word shall or may, will, might, should, would, must, can, could. Those could appear with other verbs. So make sure you're finding your complete verb, okay? Your complete verb phrase. Subjects are the ones doing the action or the part where something is being said about. Okay, that's the subject of the word. Okay, that's the complete subject. It's all of its modifiers. A simple subject is just one word. Okay, and then diagramming subjects and verbs. On which part of the line does my subject go, left or right? Okay, it goes on the left-hand side. Where does my verb go, class? On the right side. Okay, subjects and verbs is how I would diagram subject and verb. Okay, how would I diagram a compound subject? Good, a rocket. Okay, make sure that you know your rocket. Okay, it has your subject here, but your subject goes on top, not underneath, okay? Then it is separated by a dotted line. What goes in the roof? Okay, an and or your conjunction. Okay, so it could be or, it could be the word but. Okay, just those conjunctions there go within that roof. Okay, I would diagram verbs the same way. Okay, make sure you know how to diagram subjects and verbs, and then compound subjects and verbs, and then recognizing complements. Okay, complements are basically those that complete the sentence. Okay, Bill is my subject, was is my verb, but there's no complement. Bill was what? Okay, a complement is needed to. Okay, the complement is needed to complete that sentence. Okay, that's what complements do. One thing that can help you find the complement is asking who or what with the subject. Okay, so subject and the verb. I'll find my subject, Bill. I'll find my verb, was. Bill was who or what. Okay, and then my complement answers that question. Bill was jerk. Jerk would be my complement. Okay, that's the word that came to my mind. All right, so those are complements. Okay, so diagramming subjects and verbs and complements will be on your quiz tomorrow. Are there any questions? Okay, tonight for homework for vocab. Okay, for vocab homework, make sure you are studying. Let's go over yesterday's homework really quickly. We have a few minutes. All right, page number 28. Okay, let's follow along here. Page number 28. exercise A and B. Okay, tonight you're to do page 29, exercise C. But let's do exercise A and B really quickly, okay? Number 1, what is a synonym of perjury, class? Lying, okay? Avery, number 2, what's a synonym of apostate? What did you put? Huh? Okay, for those of you who didn't do it, make sure you do it. For those of you who did do it, good, but I'm not going to give those who didn't do it free answers, okay? So we'll check those tomorrow. Tonight for homework is to do page 29, exercise C, okay? Page 29, exercise C, for those of you who didn't do A and B, make sure you do those. I will check those tomorrow, okay? Are there any questions? All right, literature, read those pages, grammar, do the exercise on page number, what was it again? 72. Finish the exercise, and then for vocab, page 29, exercise C. Make sure you're studying and you're reviewing your lists 1 through 3 for our quiz tomorrow, okay? Or not tomorrow, Tuesday. Tuesday let me look, the 10th, yes. Thank you. Okay, are there any questions? If you guys have any questions, please ask. I'm here for you. Let me know if you're confused about anything, if you need any help, okay? Other than that, you guys are dismissed.
Welcome, distant learners. We're turning in our homework right now. If you want to send that, or make sure you're turning in on Fridays. If you don't, okay, distant learners, this is just like if a student doesn't turn in their homework, shh, everyone find your seats, mask on. Okay, just like if a student doesn't turn in their homework in class, you receive what, class? Zero. Distant learners, if you're not turning it in by Friday or sending it to me before Friday, okay, you receive a 0. There is no, hey, what did I miss? Can I make up all this work? Okay, you receive a 0. Okay, that's your responsibility. You guys have access to my schoolworks, or ask me if you're missing something. Okay, but you got to get that turned in or else you receive a 0. Okay, yesterday we were talking about what? Shh, Doug and Gabby. Time for class. Yes, we did mention some of the Roman gods. Okay, they were very similar to the Hellenic culture and the Greek gods. Okay, just basically different names.
You like the Greeks or the Romans?
That's tough, man. That's tough.
Or the Egyptians.
No.
Or the African Americans?
No.
You better say yes to that.
You say Carthaginians? Okay, turn in your homework now or else you will not receive credit. Okay, it's now or never. So if it's turned in from this moment on, you will receive a 0. I will take it out as you turn it in, set it out, you receive a 0. Needs to be turned in. Hoods off, please, Rick and Savannah. All right, everyone find your seat. Quiet. Shh, Doug, Gabby, please don't make me move you guys. Okay, we're going to pray. Yesterday we were talking about the beginning of the Roman civilization, their culture, how they were run by who? What was like the basis of their growth in cities? It's all based on this group of people. It's not, come on, it's not a trick question. It's just.
Oh, it was based on the Greek
Mythology.
The family. It was based on the family.
That means love in sign language.
I know, the family's like love together.
Not family
Right,
in
you were right, you're
America.
giving
You know what I'm saying? Like the family, all of us together. We're all in this. We're all in this together. Well, we all know I'm not fat, so yes. Hashtag High School Musical. All right, but that's what we're talking about. We're going to pick up where we left off yesterday, but we're going to pray first. So any prayer requests before we start? Distant learners, you can throw stuff in the chat or message me if you like a prayer request as well. Any prayer requests? Doug, shh, we're quiet now.
My grandpa with COVID.
Is he any better? We don't know.
He's getting better.
A little bit better. Gabby?
For my family, because my grandpa, the doctors think there's no hope left for him, so they want to put him in a coma so that he can.
Okay, so he's kind of on closing in on that deathbed. So let's pray. People have come out of it. So let's pray for it. God's will be done. Give peace and everything to the family. If you need anything, let us know. Okay, so Doug's grandpa, Gabby's grandpa. Okay, Sophia? Your grandfather as well? Anything specific or just for your grandfather? Same thing. Okay. Is there any hope or light right now or not really? All right, pray for Sophia and their family. It's a tough thing. Okay, I just lost my uncle a couple months ago. Okay, it's hard. I got to see my aunt. That was her husband. Okay, he was one of my favorite uncles. Okay, he's only 42 years old. He died from a heart attack. Okay, it's tough. It doesn't matter what age you lose a family member. It's tough. Savannah. Moving, safety, everything with that. Obviously, probably pray for Savannah. It's not easy. It's not easy to move away, certainly during the middle of the year. We're going to miss you here, but hopefully we can have good memories while you're still able to be here. Any other prayer requests? Basketball game, safety, health, traveling, for the guys to be better. I'm just kidding. We're getting better. We're getting better. If Andrew would join us, we'd be better too, but
Yeah, you know, our lives could get better.
he might join. I think tomorrow he's going to join. We'll see, though. All right, we'll pray, and then we'll get started. Let's pray. Shh, everyone quiet. Then, Father, Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for everyone that is here, Lord, the health you've given all of us, and the ability to have school and be open. Thank you for all the kids here, Lord, as we're entering about our third, almost our 2.5 months, almost third month, heading towards Thanksgiving, Lord. Being able to get to know each other more, learning some stuff in history, but having fun outside of class as well. Thank you for that. But also, we lift up some special prayer requests to you, Lord, things that only maybe you can heal, Lord. But we pray to you that your will be done. But please help Doug's grandfather, Lord, as he has COVID, and he's trying to battle that and get better. Please help Gabby's grandfather as it's not looking well, Lord. Please help the family through this time. It's not easy, okay? But please allow them and for us to continue praying for them and for them to be able to trust in you and to have comfort in you. Sometimes we just have to look to you and things that we have no control over. Please help Gabby through that and her grandfather, Lord. Please, we pray that you heal him. You're the great physician. Please heal him through this situation. Also, please help Sophia's grandfather, Lord, as it's not looking well there either. We lift him up to you, Lord, for you to be able to heal and do things that only you can do. For us to pray for that, but also to understand whatever your will may be, Lord, for us to trust in you, to trust the process, and to continue having faith and trust in you. Also, please help our basketball game this Friday, Lord, for safety of travel, also safety of health, as it is our first game during a little bit different season with COVID and everything, schools not really having school. So give our team safety as we're doing that, and the other school safety of health. Please bless this whole class, Lord. Whatever unspokens maybe they have, whatever things they're going through. Please help Savannah, Lord, as it's not easy just to be leaving school, maybe middle of year, moving to a new place. But please give her comfort through it. Please give her wisdom and strength through this to be able to grow from it, maybe learn a life lesson through it, but to be able to bless them in safety of travel. And please bless her through this transition period. Please help all of us to be able to have a great day today and great week of school, and then just do our best for you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right, yesterday we were talking about, as I mentioned, that introduction of Rome, all the things in detailing in that. Okay, we're going to jump right in where we left off with...
Nobody cares about Canada. Canada has no impact on the world.
Exactly, because they don't do anything, because they're perfect.
Zero impact.
Maple syrup.
Maple syrup.
Maple
All right,
syrup.
shh. Emma, quiet. Okay, Canada is very to themselves. They impact themselves.
Those dudes
That's about
That's
it.
a nice way of saying that they don't matter.
They matter.
They impact themselves. They keep to themselves.
They matter to themselves.
Exactly.
Make
I know.
Guys, quiet. Okay, yesterday we left off with Neptune, okay, which is another name basically for Poseidon. Okay, so we're going to pick up right where we left off with that. Distant learners, if you don't have the notes and you need them, let me know. I'll send those to you after today. I thought I sent them already. Okay, hopefully those can help you with that. Shh. Derek and Doug, please don't make me move you guys. All right, quiet. Austin, quiet. Okay, we have Neptune. Again, we're just briefly going through these. We're not really talking about them too much, but just so you know the comparison of the Greek Hellenic culture and the Roman gods. Okay, we also have Hades, also known as Pluto, okay, which is the god of the underworld.
Just so you guys know, Pluto goes in the morning.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Okay, we have Apollo, or Apollyon, or Apollon. Okay, or Apollos. Okay, he's known by a few different names. Okay, he's the god of poetry, games, and music.
Fortnite.
Shh, Austin. Shh, quiet. Okay, we also have Diana, or Artemis, which is the goddess of flocks and of the chase. Okay, we have Vulcan, or Hephaestus, the god of fire, or Hephaestus. You're fine.
I'll try not to correct you anymore.
I'm not offended. It's okay.
It's not even mean. It's not even mean.
Okay, we have Mars, also known as Ares, the god of war, violence, and destruction. Okay, we have he's cool, man.
No, he's not.
He's cool. We have Juno, or Hera, the goddess of marriage. Okay, we have Minerva, or Athena, which is the goddess of wisdom and war.
Wait, what was Hera's? Hera's is Juno. Yeah, I got it right. The one that's starting on is Demeter. I think it's Saturn, but I could be wrong.
Okay, and surprise. Okay, we're not doing any notes today, but We're not doing any more notes today. I said
It's a pop
surprise.
quiz. It's a pop quiz.
Pull out a piece of paper.
You're gonna make me cry.
Pull out a piece of paper. I just went over all the notes with you guys.
But I don't even have paper.
Huh?
We still have more done.
I know we're not done. The quiz isn't over that, so it doesn't matter.
This is
All right, pull out a blank sheet of paper.
Why are you the way you are?
Hey, listen up. Okay, after this, we're gonna have one more assignment, but we will not have notes if we're quiet. Okay, pull out a. No, take off our hoods, Rick. Pull out a piece of paper. We're all quiet, and we're gonna take this quick pop quiz. Austin, book closed. That's the point of a pop quiz. I just covered everything out loud. All right.
You're so mean.
There you go. You had homework last night, so here we go.
This is abuse against children.
Here we go.
How many questions?
How many ever I want. What is question number 1? We'll start off easy. If you talk, you will receive half of the credit of the quiz. No more talking. So that means a 50 without grading it. Okay, so you better not talk. Okay, Italy, okay, is known as what kind of peninsula? Okay, we talked about Italy is a peninsula. What shape or reference did we do it? It's 2 words. It was shaped like a boom, boom. Actually, it's basically 1 word because I just said shaped. So it's shaped like what?
Oh.
Easy question, guys. Starting off with a real easy one. In the notes, Italy is the blank-shaped peninsula.
It's shaped like the Apple logo.
Shh, guys, what did I say if we're talking? You're going to receive a 50 before we even grade it. Question number 2, another easy one. They should all be somewhat easy. Italy's chief city is known as what? What is the name of Italy's chief city? Okay, this is the city that is located at the strategic center, which allowed it to be the ruler of the Mediterranean basin. Okay, basically what we're talking about this whole chapter. What is the chief city of Italy? Okay, we talked about 3 or 4 beginning civilizations of this early empire we're talking about, Roman Empire. Okay, so which group of these people were an Italic tribe that settled by the Tiber River? Okay, they were in the west central Italy on the plain of Latium. Okay, an Italic tribe that settled by the Tiber River. Which civilization was that? Yes, which civilization is an Italic tribe that settled by the Tiber River? Okay, question number 4. Okay, what is a common market or meeting place where some of the tiny Latin settlements had united in the midst of 7 hills along the banks of the Tiber? It became the civic and legal center for the city of Rome. Okay, so basically, what is a common market or meeting place? What is a common market or meeting place? Specific term we had in the notes and in the reading. Are you ready for the game on Friday? Okay, and last question. Okay, what was the most famous Roman temple? What was the most famous Roman temple? All right, yes, sir. How many questions are there?
5.
So they have to equal 100. So how much do you think each question is worth?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you.
Do the math. 20 points. Each question is worth 20 points. They were very easy questions. All right, I'm going to re-go through. Shh, everyone quiet. I'm going to go through the questions one more time, and then we'll be done. Italy is known as the blank-shaped peninsula. That's question number 1. The blank-shaped peninsula.
Shape.
Shh. Blank-shaped. So what goes in that? What was it shaped like? Question number 2. Blank is Italy's chief city. Italy's chief city. Question number 3. These people of ancient early civilization of the Roman Empire, okay, were the Italic tribe that settled by the Tiber River. That's question number 3. Question number 4. Blank is a common market or meeting place. Okay, it later became the civic and legal center. Blank is a common market or meeting place. And lastly, what was the most famous Roman temple? What was the most famous Roman temple? All right, pull out a red pen or pencil. Okay, I should not see any regular pens or pencils out. If I do, I will just, whether you cheated or not, okay, I will consider it cheating. Okay, so make sure the syllabus says have a red pen or pencil. If you don't, raise your hand, tell me. Okay, but everyone should have a red pen or a pencil. Does anyone else need a red pen? If you need one, this is your last chance. Share one with Derek. I only have one. Yes, sir. You good? Everyone else good? All right, question number 1. Italy was known as the what? Boot-shaped peninsula. If you got it wrong, you cross it out. You don't need to do that. You just cross it out if you got it wrong. Blank is Italy's chief city. Rome. Okay, blank were the Italic tribe that settled by the Tiber River. Latins. The Latins.
I spelled it wrong, but
How did you spell it?
Latin's wrong.
because like
Just answer the question.
LATINIANS.
So you put Latinius.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'll probably mark off, put minus half. Minus half. Okay, and last, or question number 4, what is a common market or meeting place? A forum. F-O-R-U-M. Forum. What? That's wrong. It's a forum. Okay, and last question, what was the most famous religious temple? It is the Pantheon. Okay, no, if you put the the Parthenon is not the same thing. Okay, so if you put Parth with an R, okay, minus half. Okay, it is. It is, but if you put Parthenon is minus half, it is the Pantheon. For bonus. For bonus, let's see. The girls are always complaining about me not giving them the choice. So let's go, Lena. Shh. Lena, choose our topic. No one else is talking or else we receive no bonus. Lena. Quickly choose. Shh, what did I say? If someone talks, I'm just going to do no bonus. Nothing? It's an email. It's mine. All right, let's go. Savannah, give me a bonus topic. Quickly. Makeup. All right.
Act like the boys are gonna know that, right?
Hey, if we're talking, I'm not going to give the bonus. Quiet.
Think of a different bonus question for the boys then.
Okay, I just looked up random makeup trivia and answers, so whether you do this or not or think it's right, I'm sorry, but this is what they have. How often should you replace your mascara?
Oh, that's easy.
No one talking. How often should you replace your mascara? There is no talking or else I will not give anyone.
Like how often?
How often should you replace your mascara? It's bonus, so you're not supposed to know. It's extra credit.
That's easy.
It did, but I'm not telling you options. You get to choose. I will say it is less than 6 months.
Whoa. Yeah.
That is your guess.
Oh, like you mean from
All right, here we go. Okay, you guys have that graded. Okay, we'll turn it in. turn them all in, and then I'll say the answer for the bonus, or at least what the internet has told me. Whether, again, you guys think this is right or wrong, I apologize. Everyone quiet. Okay, pull out a blank sheet of paper. Shh. Everyone's quiet. Pull out a blank sheet of paper. Okay, we're not doing notes today, but we do have a surprise.
That doesn't sound good.
Shh, Gabby. Everyone quiet. Everyone turn in the quiz. Can you grab that, Sophia? There, okay. All right, here we go. Everyone quiet, or else I'm going to make it worse than what it might already be. Shh. Rick, I'm not going to ask in. Take the hood off. No hoods in class. All right. Oh, yours too? I'm sorry. I thought you were passing it. Oh, I got it. Oh, I got it. Almost caught it. All right. For today. Come on. Shh, guys. No more talking. Austin, Adrian, no more. He's not talking anymore. Who is still talking? Okay, for today, we have an essay.
Yeah, actually, I don't mind essays.
Shh. Find your seat.
I was sharpening my pencil.
Well, you need to know what the essay's over, so you better hurry up. We'll wait for Austin to sit down, and then we will do this.
Where's your registration?
You don't have to call me out like that.
Doug, shh.
What was the Hiroshima bombing thing?
No, not that yet.
I don't want that. I want
We're not doing that until we get to it. Yes, sir. We will see.
What was the comparison of the old history?
All right, I want a contrast and comparison. It's just a message. I want a contrast and comparison. Okay? So maybe some things that are alike, things that are different. Okay? It needs to be in complete sentences. Okay? I'm not going to be marking off for comma splices, that kind of stuff, but it does need to be in like paragraph form. All right? Maybe a half a page. I'm going to say it probably should be closer to a page, but half a page at least. All right? Compare and contrast. Tell me similarities, differences. Okay, research some different stuff, maybe stuff we didn't talk about in class. All right, this will be due Thursday of the Greek, Roman, and Egyptian empires.
All three of them?
Okay, you do not have to do all three, okay, but you have to take some things. So maybe you want to take one, say how they did agriculture in Egypt, compare it to Rome. Okay, or you just have to take two of them. Okay, and I just choose some topics. Okay, it's up to you guys. Okay, does that make sense? Questions?
Wait, so you're saying that you could only do Greek and Rome?
If you wanted to, yes.
Comparing it to what?
You're just comparing and contrasting, okay, telling maybe similarities or differences, okay, of those three empires, okay? It doesn't have to be Egypt to Greek to Rome. You can just compare two of them for one topic, okay, but there should be a few different topics. Yes, sir.
How many paragraphs do you want?
I said minimum half a page. Yes, sir.
You said you could compare parts of that in your, like,
Yep. There's no specifics on it. Okay, you can do stuff straight from our notes. There's plenty of content there. Okay, you can go research yourself. Okay, here's what you cannot do. All right, I want it handwritten. Handwritten.
You don't want
Yeah, you're not going to be able to read
I do. This is why. All right, I want to take away the temptation of just copying and pasting. That I wouldn't, not that I think any of you would do that. I actually did. I read a lot of their essays from my wife.
Bro, you really think
I'm looking at everyone. I'm looking at everyone.
Could you do that? Like, you give us like a week to finish the paragraph, like research?
Okay, here's the thing. If I let you type it, all right, I better not find any copying and pasting. Okay, because you could easily Google compare and contrast this and this. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying everyone. All right, I'm giving you an opportunity. This is going to be a class. You can start working on it now. Maybe put ideas, brainstorm right now, right later. Okay, this will be due Friday. It will be due Friday. I'm going to extend it to Friday. Shh, guys, quiet. Okay, Friday. I did say Thursday originally. Friday. Give you a little extra time. Okay, I don't want just the paper turned in and it's like extra basic. Okay, you didn't really do any research. You kind of just beat around the bush. You didn't really do any real research. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, you have to do some research. If you use a source, okay, I'm not making it like a full-out project. You don't have to do endnotes or footnotes, anything like that. Okay, but what I do want, okay, so say you use a source and you quote it. Okay, you can use like a few sentences. I don't want whole paragraph source, whole paragraph source. All right, but say you like to quote or something from that. Okay, just write it out and then write with pencil on the side. So if you type it, pencil on the side, hey, this is from this website. Arrow to the quote. Does that make sense? Okay, it doesn't have to be an official project, this one. Okay, the next one, the actual project will. This is just supposed to be easy. I want you guys to think, research, learn how to research, think about what we've done. Find some new stuff. Find some stuff we didn't talk about, maybe specific ways or foods they ate. Okay, ways they did hurting. I don't know. All these different things. I like food, though, so food is always a good thing. Huh? I wouldn't agree to that. Okay, but that's what we're doing. So start shh. There's no talking this time. Okay, start brainstorming now. Okay, yes, sir. Not right now. You can brainstorm right now, write down some maybe ideas, and then that will be due Friday. Distant learners, you have that as well. Hopefully you're paying attention. If not, again, you guys will receive a 0. I'll give some reminders throughout the week. If you have any other questions, let me know. We'll see you tomorrow.
You act like I'm not going to go on plagiarism.com and just like pay someone. Wait.
All right, welcome to geometry. We're going to get started today. Today's going to be a little different. So please open up your textbooks to page 62 and 63. We're not using the supplement, at least for right now. Page 62 and 63 in your textbooks. And we're going to discuss something that we touched on briefly at the end of last class, and that is converse statements. We talked about how theorems 3 and 6 were just converses of each other, and so it's easier to prove converses by indirect method. And so I figured I wanted to go through and have us look at several converse statements today and determine whether or not they would be true. Okay, so I want to kind of demonstrate this. Now, this first one is a theorem. First of all, let me explain. Every geometrical principle can be reduced down to an if-then statement. If something is true, then something else follows. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, so we can break down everything into an if-then. What section is this? 2.7. Okay. So, if we go through this, Theorem 1 says that two sides in the included angle of one triangle are equal respectively to two sides in the included angle of the other. Then the true triangles are congruent. That's a rewording of Theorem 2, okay? But if the first part is true, then the second part is true. Well, the converse is just taking and moving around the building blocks. If the two triangles are congruent, then two sides in the included angle of one triangle are equal respectively to the two sides in the included angle of the other. Would this still be true? Yeah. Yes, by definition of congruent. Okay, makes it real easy. Okay, so let's look at a different one. Yeah, that would be a good idea. Let's look at Theorem 2. No, that's Theorem 1. Okay. If a side and two adjacent angles of one triangle are equal respectively to a side and two adjacent angles of the other, then the two triangles are congruent. That's Theorem 2. Would the converse also be true?
Oh my gosh, what are you saying?
Yes.
In a way, yes.
Definition of congruence.
Yeah, by definition of congruent still. It's the same reason.
Two triangles congruent, then a side and two adjacent angles of one triangle. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is ASA.
Yeah.
Okay? So I bring all that up because we can do that even without the triangles. As you can tell, I have quite a few examples here. So looking at number 4 in your text, this is example 4. I've reworded it to make it a little more obvious. If an angle is acute, then the angle is less than a right angle. Okay? Well, yeah, that's kind of there. So let's check and see. Let's check and see if the converse is true. If the angle is less than a right angle, then the angle is acute. Is that true?
Yeah.
Yes. Now, they won't always be true. And the reason why I bring that up is because the next one.
Mistress, all coming together.
Okay, the colors, by the way, from now on, except for if-then, are just so I remember which pair is which. Okay, and an angle is obtuse. If an angle is obtuse and the angle is less than a straight angle, that's kind of, yeah, by definition. But if the angle is less than a straight angle, then an angle is obtuse. Is that true or false? False. Could be right or acute. So you can't assume the converse is always true. You have to prove it separately, and that's part of what we're demonstrating here in this exercise. If two adjacent angles have their exterior sides laying in one straight line, then the two adjacent angles are supplementary. That's the original. If the two adjacent angles are supplementary, then two adjacent angles have their exterior sides lying in one straight line. Does that work? Yeah. Yep, not a problem at all. Okay? The original here is if the sum of two acute angles is a right angle, and then the two acute angles are complementary. So now let's go through. If two acute angles are complementary, then the sum of two acute angles is a right angle. Is that true?
No. No, it's not, because
Yes. It is true. If they're complementary, then the sum of the it's worded slightly awkwardly because English, but the statements are still true. We're not asking does the grammar work. All right, if two angles are right angles, then the two angles are equal. That's our given. Let's flip it. If two angles are equal, then the two right angles are right angles. Is that true or false?
no.
False. Okay, you could have equal angles of any size. Okay, so this is where you have to be careful not to accidentally use a converse if you haven't proven it. Everything was nice and laid out. I started doing this live. If a triangle is isosceles, then the bisector of the vertex angle of the triangle is perpendicular to the base. Let me see here. What letter is this? F. Okay. So now, if the bisector of the vertex angle of the triangle is perpendicular to the base, the triangle is isosceles. Would that be true or false? It's actually true.
What?
Because the only way it's going to be where the bisector of the vertex angle is perpendicular to the base is if the triangle is isosceles. Now, we haven't proven this, we haven't discussed it, but this one actually would be true. And we would also have to clarify here that an equilateral triangle is isosceles. So yes, it would happen in an equilateral triangle. That's not a problem because it is isosceles. Last one. If two triangles are congruent, then the three angles of one are equal respectively to the three angles of the other. That would be true, right? Okay. What if we flip it? The three angles of one triangle are equal respectively to the three angles of the other, then the two triangles are congruent. It's false. The angles would be the same, but I could keep the angles the same and make it bigger and bigger and bigger, or smaller and smaller. Okay? I need at least one side to prove congruency. All angles can tell me is similarity. That's it. Because angles can have infinitely long sides. Okay? For example, every equilateral triangle has 60-degree angles. Every single one. Doesn't matter if it's a 2-foot sided triangle or a 2-inch sided triangle, all the angles will be 60 degrees. Okay? So all you need is one case to prove it false. All right, does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. Just wanted to take a minute, go through that, because we kind of talked about it, and I thought this would be a cool way to go through it. Let's see here.
You did a good job as a teacher. Everybody clap.
Okay. All right.
We're proud of you.
Let's look at... Oh, that's going to yell at me now. Hold on.
It's gonna yell at you now.
Thank you, Douglas. All right. That took me a minute. I'm not going to lie. All right. Let me get out my supplement and look and see where I want to go.
Thought he was just yelling for no reason.
I ate it. Oh, look, I wasn't paying attention.
I actually wanted to scream for no reason. I always have a reason.
Yeah, like getting attacked by Gabby.
Or Jeremiah hitting you with a pencil in the back.
All right, 2.8. Let's go right on. 2.8.
Whoa.
Do we need our supplement?
Yes, so go ahead and get out your supplements. We're on page 66. We're on the bottom of page 63 in our textbook. I said at the beginning.
What page are we on in the supplement?
That, and technically you don't have to take any notes on this page. Page 66 in your supplement. I got to work on getting my computer plugged back in here. Come on, HDMI cable.
That's 3 today. 3 today.
Hey, Rena. Rena, you're rich, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. No,
Get
it's
some
sleep.
sleep, Gabby.
Gabby. I got it. I'm just trying to make you feel better, bro.
I think you failed at that one.
All right, 2.8, a triangle with two equal sides. Corollary 6.1. We just proved Theorem 6, so we're not going through Theorem 6 again. We proved that indirectly yesterday. Okay, so since we already did it, I don't do it again. If you want to see the direct proof method of Theorem 6, it's in your textbook on pages 63 and 64. So I guess we're starting on page 64. You'll notice it's 12 steps, whereas our indirect method took maybe 5 lines in a paragraph. Okay, so that's the reason for the indirect method, is that sometimes it's just honestly much faster. Okay, so, and there are things that can only be proven indirectly. Okay, so that's one of those things to go with here. So, corollary 6.1, an equilateral triangle is also equal. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Huh, typo. An equilateral triangle, equiangular triangle is also equilateral. I accidentally wrote equal for some reason. Equilateral should be the word there. So please make that adjustment in your notes. The word equal in corollary 6.1 should be equilateral. Why can't my tablet plug back in? No, please. That'll get stuck in my head.
I try to be nice. I can do that.
There we go. Whoops.
Gabby, what about that text you sent me last night? The one where you
Wait, what is it? Oh, also an equal triangle is also equilateral. What it's supposed to be?
Gabby, don't cry.
Gabby has a lot to cry about.
Okay, an equiangular triangle is also equilateral. Make sure that's fixed on page 66 of your textbook. Let's also make sure we're not talking. Thank you. And so with this corollary, what we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and continue on with direct proof, because it's actually not that long of a proof. So we start out with equiangular triangle ABC. That's given. Then angle A equals angle B equals angle C. In Theorem 6, we proved that sides opposite equal angles of a triangle are equal, so then AB equals BC equals CD, which makes triangle ABC equilateral by definition. Okay, so really easy. So Theorems 1 through 6 suggest additional methods for proving a pair of lines or a pair of angles equals besides just definitions, axioms, and bisectors. So to prove a pair of lines equal, we can show that they are corresponding lines in two congruent triangles, or we can show that they are sides opposite equal angles in the same triangle. Okay, so those are two ways we can prove pair of lines equal. If we want to prove a pair of angles equal, we can show that they are corresponding angles in two congruent triangles, or we can show then that they are angles opposite equal sides in the same triangle. Okay, so if ever we need to prove just a line or a set of lines or a set of angles equal, we really want to look for congruent triangles or the same triangle if possible with equal sides or equal angles, depending on which one we're trying to prove. Now, we've discussed quite a bit on how to do proofs, and we've started working with fill in the blank, and we've looked at this. Now let's go through and actually discuss the general method of attack. We've kind of looked at that at the beginning, but now that you've seen how it's done, okay, let's look a bit more into it. So first of all, general methods of working a proof. So first of all, your first step should be draw carefully a figure representing what is given. Don't be like me and just be like, sure, it's a close enough diagram, and then you get to the test and whoops, that's supposed to be equal to the other thing, and it's definitely not, okay? Try to make it at least look equal. You don't have to get out a ruler, well, I mean, other than a straight edge. You don't have to go through and like get it down to the centimeter and like actually do the just make it reasonably close, okay? The figure should be as general as possible. Don't assume you have a right triangle if you're not given that, okay? Your figure should then be just a generic triangle. Don't make an equilateral triangle unless that's part of your given. Okay, make your triangle more generic. You'll notice my triangles look really weird most of the time.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't want to say anything, but...
There's a reason, because I'm trying to make them look as generic as possible. See, I don't want to accidentally assume we have an equilateral triangle unless we do. So here, that's specifically an equilateral triangle, so I've made an equilateral triangle.
So you're basic on purpose.
Yeah. Okay. And so with that, okay, you'll notice in my diagrams a lot of times it's just off-centered where the top is, okay? Because that's the fastest way for me to make a scaling triangle. Because by default, the program will draw an isosceles triangle, And then I just grab the vertex and move it. So that way it's not isosceles, it's not equilateral, and the diagram is generic. Okay, that's why I do that. Because we need to make it as generic as possible. We then need to determine specifically what is to be proved. Usually it reduces to proving a pair of lines or a pair of angles equal, something along those lines. Then you go through and you recall the various ways you have for proving this scenario. Whether that be using theorems, definitions, axioms, whatever. Say, hey, I know this method exists. I can get to this method by doing this, this, this. Okay? Your goal is to figure out what you can use and if you have all the pieces for it. Determine which way is the best for the case at hand. Now, the best is arguable. It's not necessarily the cleanest, most efficient way of doing it. The best for the case at hand is the one you can do the easiest. I'm not even going to say fastest, the easiest.
Like your train of thought that follows?
So
Yes.
It doesn't matter how long it takes you, as long as it's easy.
If the book does 7 and you do 14, but you get there, I don't care. If the book does 14 and you can get there in 7 and have successfully proven it, I don't care.
Will you be proud of us?
He's like, that's not my problem. It's
Like,
not.
the issue is, did you prove it? Okay? And so that's the idea. So which way is best for the case at hand will vary from person to person. Okay? As long as you go through and make sure that everything you say is based on something you've said previously and you can back it up, as long as you get there through a chain of logic, you're fine.
Oh, we're basically pulling crap out of our butts and pretending.
No. It has to be through the chain of logic. I can tell the difference. I do go through and grade. Here's the thing. Aside from fill in the blank proofs, I don't go through and make sure you did it the way of the book. I actually close the key. And then I get out your proof and look at, does this step follow that step? Does this match the diagram? Does the next one work based on the previous step? Does the next one work? Do they get to the same conclusion? Okay? And usually there's only about 3 good methods. Okay? And usually it'll be one of the 3 or some variation thereof. But I also expect you guys to be individuals. Okay? It's like writing a research paper. If I assigned everyone in here the same research paper, I'm not going to. If I assigned everyone in here the same research paper on the same topic, I would get 7 different papers. I might still be bored with it by the time I'm done grading it, but I would get 7 different papers. Okay? Same thing with proofs. Okay? You can still go through and prove something without your wording being exact to someone else's. Okay? So even if I do something on the screen, you're like, I would have taken this route. Okay, fine.
Take it.
Okay? Go right ahead. Okay? I'm showing you the way I came up with it, or more accurately, with the way Becca came up with it, because half the time I copy and paste. Okay, moving on.
You always confess.
Yeah, you always confess. Like, remind me not to rob a bank with you.
Okay, anyway. Determine what parts you have and what parts you lack to use this method. Okay, so you go through and you figure out, okay, what pieces do I have? If I want to use this method, what pieces do I still need? Because that's your early steps of the proof. That's the idea. Okay, so you go through and figure out, do I have everything I need? If not, what's missing? Can I get there? If that doesn't work, pick a different method. Okay, that's kind of how this goes. All right. Determine how you may get parts that are lacking either by reapplication of the above steps or by some construction line. A lot of times you just need to be able to connect dots, and then now you have a line there that you can work with. Okay, don't be afraid to add lines to diagrams. Keep it reasonable. Okay, don't be afraid to, but at the same time, it's not the solution to everything. Okay, just mentioning that. When a direct method is not obvious, when you go through and you're like, there is no simple way to get to there directly, just check, see if you could get there indirectly. If it would be easier to prove something else false. If so, then try that. Okay? And so this is really just how that works. So indirect, you'll notice, is our very last option. Because it's not as elegant, and honestly, it makes the brain hurt.
It's like last case scenario.
Okay? But it works when nothing else will. Assuming it's one of those scenarios.
Oh, it's like that one guy, and you're like, nobody else loves you. I will always love you.
Okay.
If I can have you, nobody can.
All right, and we're done. And we're done. Okay, so, proof. Given AB equals AC and OB and OC, the bisectors of angles EBC and angles DCB respectively, you are to prove OB is equal to OC. Now I want you to look at your notes. I want you to notice something about this proof.
Yeah,
There's
it's all
no
blank.
line.
There is nothing. Okay? I have 10 steps. I have 10.
I don't like this.
It doesn't necessarily mean that we'll have 10 in our answer.
Yeah, but he doesn't have lines. That means you're gonna have to write out like a paragraph.
So, number 1, what should we automatically start with before we even bother?
Given.
Given. So write number 1, see above, reason 1, given.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, seriously, don't rewrite all that. Come on, guys. The only time you have to rewrite your given is if it doesn't have a given line. Okay? Like if it's just in paragraph form at the beginning. Does that make sense? If you don't have a given improved line, you can't just say see above. You have to actually tell me what you're given. Let's see here. Now, let's go through this. What 2 lines am I trying to prove? Okay, so let's go through and mark that on our diagram. Now, I have the benefit of using, different colors and stuff, okay? In your head, make sure you're at least looking at the right part of the diagram, okay? The reason why I usually highlight what I'm looking for is because I've gone through complete proofs before and then realized I proved the wrong 2 lines equal, okay? So, make sure you have the right lines. Okay, so these are the 2 lines I'm looking at. Okay, now looking at this triangle, okay, I could go several different ways with this. But looking at this, I already see that I have angles pretty conveniently there. But they're not necessarily equal to each other, so,
AB equals AC.
That is true. But how does that help me?
AB plus BE. No, listen. AB plus BE equals AE, and AC plus CF equals AF.
Okay.
And it would be because
It would be because whole is equal to sum of all its parts. But how does that help me? Okay, so we're not trying to get to the next step right now. All we're trying to do is figure out what method of attack do we use. Okay? That's the reason the whole thing is blank. Okay? That's not because I wanted to be evil, because I want to open up your brains and I don't want to give you any cues other than the diagram.
the brain is too far open. It's spilling out. Put it back in.
Quiet down. So let's just start thinking this through.
You guys' dad's like.
What do you mean UV's dead?
Okay, we're going to start thinking this through. Okay? So I have 2 angles. Notice that ABC is isosceles.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, I got
So
it.
then what could I easily prove?
Definition of isosceles.
Okay, well, yes, but that's not...
Because opposite angles of an isosceles triangle are equal.
There you go.
What would be in the 2?
Okay, so let me explain. Okay?
And the reasons is
And I'm going to go ahead and use red for this. This is not part of my proof marking or anything like that. But I could easily show that this angle equals this angle, right? Well, if those 2 angles equal, aren't their external angles equal?
Yeah.
If their external angles are equal and they're bisected, wouldn't that prove my internal angles equal?
actually, yeah.
I'm tired of you using all
I
these
don't
cuss
know
words.
anymore.
Okay, wait. I'm still number 2. What do we write for the statement?
I haven't given it to you yet. We're not doing the proof yet. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We're doing analysis.
What is that?
We are going... We're going through and figure out what we can use. Now, with that, then I could prove these 2. Whoops. Rip. Yeah, I know that. It's actually really frustrating that I can't undo.
He has to erase them all by himself.
All right. Anyway, I could prove these 2 angles equal pretty easily after I prove that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If those 2 angles are equal, what else do I know?
That the
Outside angle of equal.
yes, exactly what he said.
Okay. But does that help me?
No, all the angles around a certain point on a straight line are equal. Oh,
Oh wait,
Dang it!
bisect. Wait, no.
If I can prove equals angles inside my triangle, I can prove these 2 sides congruent, which is what I'm asked for.
Oh.
Okay, so we have our plan of attack. It's going to take a little longer than that
Why did it take 10, honey?
because we have to go through and establish everything. Okay, so we have our diagram, we have our ideas. I'm going to erase all the drawing.
What?
Calm down.
Oh my gosh, kills now. So number 2 would be angle B equals angle C because the base angles of an isosceles triangle are equal. Is that right or is that
It is somewhat correct. Because I was pointing something out. I needed the arrow to be that big for something I was demonstrating in the last class.
It looks like the 90s.
That's accurate, though. Anyway. Douglas, what are you doing to me? All right.
Oh my gosh, did you see what you did right?
What do you think of me, Pichu?
Wait, why didn't you just, what are you doing?
Stop.
Why is it so big?
What the heck? Oh.
It's glitching. Windows in a VM really doesn't like the accessibility feature turned on. I need to turn this back off.
Make the arrow different, please.
No, don't, no.
Oh.
Make it bigger.
Make it bigger?
Yeah.
Oh my
How did you back to normal?
It's so
I can't see it. Shut up, you're
All right, quiet down. Quiet down. That was left over from previously, but we need to get this going. Where's the focus button? There it is. Please don't. Stop.
That was stress in his head.
And,
The problem is the only reason why I know that song is because of the banning Pizza Hut, because it would play all the time in there.
No, that's not true.
And it annoys the fire out of me.
He's like, Mom, I had a bad day. And then on his earbuds, he's like, oops.
guys,
did
you
it
did it again.
We're done. All right. Ew. You think I have money for a real iPod? Okay, number 1.
Oh my god.
We just wrote C above. Whoops. Yeah, caps lock.
Angle B equals angle C.
We can't write it that way because could be confusion over angle B and B.
Angle A will be,
So angle CBA is equal to angle BCA.
not CBA.
I'm sorry, BCA. I said it right, or I typed it right, I said it wrong. Okay? So we have angle CBA is equal to angle BCA, and this is because
Base angles and isosceles
angles
are equal.
opposite equal sides in a triangle. Please stop talking.
Hey, so can I do the base angle thing?
Yeah, that's fine. It's the same. Well, no, actually, you need to use this one. And the reason is because we never went through and stated its isosceles.
Oh, I broke my headphone.
Okay. Always on top. Contents.
Oh, we have to write tiny, huh?
Okay, and here is. Oh goodness, it takes up the entire screen.
So number 3 would be like,
Nobody likes PowerPoint.
angle OBC and angle OBC and OCB are equal because the exterior something angles. Long definition.
What?
No, I made a reference to the office where it's like, nobody likes PowerPoint. PowerPoint's more.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, number 3. What were we saying, Amethyst? I'm sorry.
Doesn't Michael Scott say that?
No, that's
No, that's white.
Right? Oh.
And then smoking is gonna sunflower.
Today,
You guys can make it 10 more minutes. All right, so here we go. Now, next thing we need to establish in order to prove that these things are all going to be equal, we need to establish that they are in fact straight angles. So this is going to be a bit of writing. I'm sorry now. Angle EBO, whoops, plus angle CBO, plus angle CBA is equal to a straight angle. Then, angle DCO. Whoops. Can I type today?
what STR for straight angle?
Yeah, that's fine. Plus angle BCO. Plus angle BCA. Equals a straight angle.
Sum is equal to the whole wall of parts.
Yeah.
The sum. Oh, that was right into the mic, sorry. That just popped my knuckles right into it. The sum of all the angles about a point on one side of a straight line is a straight angle. My left and right hands are not getting along today. All right, if I have two things, guys, if I have two things equal to the same thing, then what do I know?
Hold on. I finished writing this. Of a straight line.
If I have two things equal to the same thing, what do I know about those two things? They're equal too.
So equals added to equals are equals?
No.
No,
Equals
We
are
call it substitution.
Oh, so yeah. I remember that.
So angle EBO plus angle CEBO plus angle CBA is equal to angle DCO plus angle
Hey, you said it was blank.
BCO plus angle BCA. No, I just don't want to give you guys hints while we're doing the analysis. So this is by substitution. Or you could also use the reason that all straight angles are equal, but let's face it, substitution's faster.
Yeah.
Now then, I can go through and subtract.
Substitution.
Huh?
Why substitution?
Because they're both equal to straight angles. So we could either say substitution or all straight angles are equal. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Hey, I'm not gonna have enough room for 10 here. Okay?
What?
I'm not gonna have enough room for 10 points. How long do you think that away? I'm like more than halfway done through my blank that you gave us.
Okay, no need to flex on.
I'm not flexing, I'm just saying there's not enough room. Would you rather be named Sister Teresa or Sister Jenny?
I'd rather be called Sister Kanasi.
No, it's not. It's Incarnacio.
There we go.
You haven't seen the movie.
No, remember when he's like announcing her? She's like, from the something something, and just keeps going on. And then he's like,
All right.
Incarnacio.
So we still have our diagram up there. Let's go ahead and go back here to number 5. Okay. We can subtract out what we proved equal in number 2. So we're going to go ahead and do that now. So we're going to end up with angle EBO plus angle CBO is equal to angle DCO plus angle BCO. Basically, we're subtracting out CBA and BCA.
You never said CBP.
What? Oh, whoops. My bad.
Typo.
You weren't actively typing.
Yeah, your hands had rested.
That's by subtraction. Now, we are told at the beginning of this, we're told at the beginning of this, BO and CO are bisectors of their respective angles. So that means their individual angles that they create must be equal, right?
Wait, I just need to figure out angle EBO is, okay, plus CBO. CBO, B?
Max.
OMG. Where's the bisector, bruh?
It's in our given.
Dude, if it's one song I really hate is the drum.
OB and BC are bisectors. So this line is bisecting CBE. This line is bisecting BCF. So that's what's happening here, which is going to allow us to subtract again. Or actually, no, sorry, it's going to allow us. Why wouldn't we just subtract equals from equals?
Yeah, honestly.
Oh my goodness.
Not
It just
physics
popped
again.
into my head. I just had the little cat.
Oh, no, I have to do it through division. That's right. We have to go through division.
Right before you said that song, it's like, I was like,
Okay, now, unfortunately, the things I just proved equal, Douglas, are equal on the same side of the equal signs. Okay, so like the two things on the left side of the equal sign are equal, the two things on the right side of the equal signs are equal. So I can't just subtract equals from equals because it's not on both sides. Make sense? So instead, I'm going to go through and simplify. So number 7, or actually, first of all, we need to substitute. So I'm going to,
Didn't we already substitute, bruh?
yeah,
We're doing it again.
angle CBO plus, so help me, O plus angle CBO is equal to angle BCO plus angle, so help me, I swear I know how to type, plus angle BCO, okay, by substitution.
I don't understand. You wrote the same thing twice.
Yeah. So I'm plugging in CBO for EBO and BCO for DCO.
I didn't even know you could do that, honestly.
I'm so.
You
Oops.
wrote the same thing.
There
CBO
should say
plus
C.
CBO, BCO plus BCO. What?
Yes.
Plugging in this for this, plugging in this
Oh, I see.
for this.
Because they're equal, you're allowed to substitute them.
Yes. Okay.
La, 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 la.
Silence. Now, since I... What do you think I'm doing?
Oh, he's preparing the book of shame, guys.
He's smoking?
Oh no, not the book of shame.
You look like you're gonna tobacco out or cigarettes. Sorry, I've been watching a lot of shows lately. It's smoking. Not in a creepy way, but yeah, sorry. Just continue.
All right. So now that I have 2 the same thing on either side of the equal sign, I can do 2, equation, 2 angle CBO plus equals 2 angle BCO by the very definition of multiplication.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
The definition of multiplication is you take the same thing added to itself that many times.
Yes, you're right.
Why do you have 2 before?
That's 2.
Rip. Because there's 2 of them.
Can you just put M multi period?
As long as...
Mul period?
Look, we use multiplication like once, okay? You can just write it out. Okay, then I can say that angle CBO is equal to angle BCO by division. Really? Really, Word. Thank you. It's Microsoft Word. Number 10 then. Well, now that I've proven the angles equal, the sides immediately follow thanks to Theorem 6. So OB is equal to OC because sides opposite equal, or here, let me see here. Sides opposite equal angles in a triangle, Detla, are equal. Oops. There you go.
Oh my gosh, you probably, there's no way that I should have taken 10 steps to solve this.
I think you just say size of
What would you remove?
or in the triangle.
Huh?
What would you remove?
I would do it a different way. Doing with all these angle CBO, subtraction, substitution, division, and whatever, multiplication.
If you can come up,
Wrong.
if you can come up with something under 7 steps, or 7 steps or less, 7 steps or less, I will give you
$20?
no.
$10.
I'll give you 10 bonus points on this homework.
Oh, you should know. You should bring this pies like pies. Oh.
So all I
I'm gonna
have
do
to
that
do
anyway.
is figure out how to do OB equals OC
Her first
and
thing
less
is gonna be
instead of
Gabby.
less. Is that what you're telling me?
Her first thing
Yep.
is gonna believe.
Okay, so I already
Challenge
have
accepted.
everyone.
Now, I will say this. You cannot combine stuff to try to make it work. And you cannot, no, you cannot combine steps to try to save space. You cannot, and it has to be completely logically sound. It has to pass the test. I'm just putting the qualifications on there.
There's 10 all over my
Wait, we get
All right, that's where I'm going to leave off. We do have more proofs for this section. That's why I wanted to go ahead and start it, so that way we could actually start making headway. All right, we'll continue this tomorrow. I will see you guys later.
Okay, DLs. Hopefully both of you are there. Um, we are going to have a quiz today. Hey, sit down, have a seat, and be quiet. We got quiz 7 today, so I'm going to give the class just a few minutes, but I'm going to put you on interruption here, and then go ahead and take your quiz. And then when we're done here, I'll come back online, okay? So we'll see you in just a little bit. Okay, DLs, we are back. Lesson 35, page 8. Yeah. Okay, there's the pink blob. Okay, let's do a quick review. What is the principle stating that the pressure increases applied to a fluid inside of a container will be distributed equally throughout the container? You just had this. You just had this. What principle? Huh?
I'm thinking period.
Pascal's principle. What is the device that uses the Pascal's principle to multiply a force by using a small diameter input piston and a large diameter piston connected by a liquid-filled reservoir?
Hydraulic press.
Hydraulic press. Shh, guys, 10th grade, please be quiet. What is the ability to be easily squeezed and compacted into small containers? Compressibility. What law states that if a pressure of a gas is constant, its volume and temperature are directly proportional? Charles' law. What is the lowest temperature possible?
Absolute zero.
Okay, Amaton's law. Shh.
That's what this person looks like.
Okay, here is Amaton. He was a French physicist who discovered the relationship between the temperature and the pressure of gas known as the Amaton's law. Okay? By Adrian. Turn around, please. Okay? The actual definition of Amaton's law is temperatures and pressures are directly related when volume is held constant. Okay? That's the key part of the volume is held constant. Okay? Nope, doesn't look like me. Mm. Yeah, I can see Austin in this. Okay? I can see Austin. Okay. Okay. Quiet. Mathematically, this is what Amaton's law would be looking like. P1 divided by temp 1, pressure 1 divided by temp 1, pressure 2 divided by temp 2. Okay? Now, one thing that just occurred to me that may be happening is this. Do you understand what the 1s and the 2s are?
The birds and the bees.
And the flowers and the trees. And a thing called oh, that was the wrong tongue. Okay, so does everybody understand? Hey, is there anybody that doesn't understand what the 1s and the 2s are? Adam? Okay. 1s and the 2s are temperature first, temperature second. Okay, so it's the first reading of each of those and the second reading of them is basically how it goes. Okay, simple, but that can be a simple confusion based upon that. Temperature in Amaton's law must be measured based upon absolute value, okay, or the absolute scale, such as the Kelvin scale. Now, if I have to stop for you one more time, Adrian, if I have to stop for you one more time, there's a chair right up here by Jaden that if you come up here, she has the permission, along with Gabby right behind you, to keep you quiet.
And me, don't forget about me.
Okay? Now, it's your choice. You want to stay there, or would you like to come up here and possibly have some problems. I know what they would like to do right now. Okay? Okay. So Hamilton's law must be or is based upon the Kelvin scale. Ladies, it's my class. Okay, sorry.
That means that we're planning on running away together and getting.
Okay, example.
That's super hot.
Let's look at
Without our parents' permission.
10th grade. That's enough.
I'll look by myself.
Amethyst, that's 1. Okay, so looking at this example, a 2.0 liter gas sample at 273 degrees Kelvin is put into a rigid container that will not permit expansion or contraction. The temperature is raised to 373 Kelvin. If the original pressure is 101.3 kelvins Pascal, then what will the final pressure be? Here's what they've come up with. Since temperature and pressure are directly proportional, an increase in the temperature must cause the pressure to increase by the same ratio, Pascal's or Hamilton's law. So T2, temp 2, divided by temp 1 equals 373 divided by 273. That's the ratio. Okay? So now note that this same ratio we found in example 4.4, in which pressure was held constant while the temperature was raised from 273 to 373. So in this problem, volume is held constant instead, so the pressure will increase by this ratio. Pressure 2 equals pressure 1 times temp 2 divided by temp 1, which gives you 101.3 pascals, times the division of 373 and 273. Multiply those together and you get 138 kPAs. Okay? So you got to just keep in mind that ratio of temp 2 divided by temp 1. So let's put it to practice. For the following questions, assume that the pressure is kept constant. Okay? So if the volume, number 1, if the volume of a gas quadruples, how does the absolute temperature change? No numerical answer. If the volume of a gas quadruples, how does the absolute temperature change? Huh? By what? It quadruples. Yep. Okay, number 2. If the absolute temperature of 1.0, did everybody get that? Quadruples? Okay. Temperature of 1.0 liters of gas decreases by a factor of 2.0. What will be the new volume? Now you got a little bit of a problem. Okay? Simple one. Answer: 1.0 liters divided by 2 liters gives you 0.50 liters. Okay? Number 3. Everybody done? Okay, number 3. So the temperature of a 3.0 liter of nitrogen gas is raised from 200 kelvins to 300 kelvins. What's the new volume of the gas? Looks like this. Volume 1 divided by temp 1 equals volume 2 divided by temp 2. That's the ratio. Adrian, you getting this down? Or are you looking at Ricky? Okay, that's what I thought. So, volume 1 is 3.0 liters. Temp 1 is 200 kelvins. Volume 2 is what we're trying to find. Temp 2 is the 300 Kelvin. So you can do a cross multiplication, which would be your simplest way to do this. Okay. Take 300, or you can just divide it however you want to do it. Either way is going to come out to the same answer. Okay. Here the book did it this way: 3.0 liters divided by 200 gave you 0.015. Take that times 300 Kelvin gives you volume 2, which is 4.5 liters. Okay. So if you cross multiplied, you would take 3.0 liters times your 300, and then 200 times your V2, and then you would end up dividing what 3.0 and 300 is, divide that by 200, and that's going to give you your P or V2. Okay, so either way is going to come up with the same answer. Yes. Okay, everybody done? Number 4. If the pressure of a gas doubles, how does the absolute temperature change? It doubles. Good. You caught on to that yesterday. Good. Okay, number 5. If the absolute temperature of a gas with a pressure of 60 kPa decreases by a factor of 2.0, what will be the new pressure? Simple formula, simple process, equation. 60 kPa divided by 2 gives you 30 kPa. Okay, everybody done with 5? Number 6. The air in a car's tire is at a pressure of 340 kPa and a temperature of 17 degrees Celsius. After the car is driven, the temperature of the air has risen to 46 degrees Celsius. Stop there. Why does the temp raise? Austin? Okay, because of friction in the tire. The heat of the tire raises the temp of the air. Good. So what is the pressure of the air in the tire? Looks like this.
Okay, that process right there.
So you have to do a little bit of Kelvin scale mathematics. Okay? You've got to convert your temps, Celsius temps, to Kelvin first. Okay? Then you can process them into the formula. To replace something. So your final answer here would be 374 kPas, or about 370 kPas. notes real quick? Then why are you talking and looking around if you're not done? Trust me, okay? The further we get into the book, the less formulas you're going to have to be working with, okay?
For real?
For real. Okay.
I wish I could get the math.
Would moi lie to you?
Yeah.
No.
Of course not, Mr. Brown. Never.
Moi may stretch the truth a little bit, but moi would not lie.
When we get on, we might have more formulas when we get later on.
I'm not saying you won't have formulas. I'm just saying you won't have as many of them as you've been having. Okay?
He's stretching the
So
truth, that's why
the
we'll be like at the very
the hardest part of the subject is the first part of the year. Okay? Who's not through with number 6? Okay, let's move on to the actual lesson, or some more of the lesson. The gas laws and kinetic theory. So we have the kinetic theory explains the gas laws. Realizing that the pressure in a gas is generated by the force of all the collisions of molecules within the container walls, okay? So if you can keep that picture in mind or have that in mind, you can get a good grasp of what's being talked about. Each collision generates a tiny force. So the faster the molecules are moving, the stronger the force of each collision will be. Okay? That's physics. Okay? Collisions is going to, the faster they go, the bigger the collision. Okay? You take two cars that are going 5 miles an hour and they collide, you have a bumper damage. You take the same two cars that are going 60 miles an hour against each other, and you're going to have totalization of the vehicles. Okay? So that law, that principle applies through this whole process. Okay? More collisions will increase the total force. Okay? So just as two people pushing an object together will produce more force on the object than each person pushing it alone. Okay? Unless they're like Gabby and Lilina, where they're going to push against each other. Okay? But the force is still going to be doubled because they're putting that pressure on that object from each side. Okay? It's just not going to go anywhere. Boyle's law states this. Boyle's law is true because a change in volume changes the frequency of the collisions. If the temperature is held constant but the volume of the container is doubled, the gas molecules can travel about twice as far before they collide with another or the sides of the container. Okay? That's where the doubleization comes in. Because collisions occur only half as often, double, the pressure is cut in half. Okay? Kind of get the picture of all this? Try to draw you a picture of a container and the molecules, and the more space, the less frequency of collisions in there. So likewise, if the volume is halved, the pressure will be doubled. Okay? Because there's less space for them to roll them around. Charles' law states this. According to the kinetic theory, increasing temperature increasing molecular speed. The molecules will collide with the container more frequently and more forcefully. So the effects of Charles' law are observed when the more frequent and the more forceful collisions caused by increased temperatures push the boundary of the container outward while keeping the pressure constant. So likewise, as a gas cools, the molecules slow down, the collisions are less forceful, allowing the container to contract upon itself. Okay? Amaton's law. It's explained by an increase in temperature causing the molecules to collide with the container more forcefully and more frequently. Since the volume cannot increase, the increased force increases the pressure on the container. The molecules of a cooling gas collide less forcefully and less often. So because the container cannot contract, the pressure decreases instead. Okay? Threw a lot out at you. Hopefully you caught a little bit of the concept and got a picture of volume, density, speed, collisions, etc. of molecules, okay? 4.2 is your homework tonight, along with reading 94 to 97. Right now you have about 5 minutes left of this class period, so DLs, glad you could join us again. I'm going to sign off, so adios. Goodbye until tomorrow, which actually doesn't really come because it was today, which is tomorrow. Okay? Okay. See you later.